Stream should be starting now. So I'm just a tiny bit late because traffic was horrendous. But I did a poll. Go to YouTube, show people what's happening, so that like next time they know that they can go to my channel. I don't remember how to get to my channel. View your channel. There it is. So I often do polls when I'm going to do live streams. You get posts. They changed it. It used to be community. I did a poll. 80 people voted. Half said deck builder. So Tetris deck builder it is. Be honest, should have brushed up on what we were fucking doing last time with the Tetris deck builder. A little bit bigger. Alright, so I'm pretty sure last time I made a score. I'm pretty sure my hard drive is dying because this takes forever to compile, and I'm fairly sure it's because apparently my Ethernet's getting hard drives. Something tells me it's got to do with this. Well, yeah, I think it's to do with the fact that it's like using up 100%, because that's been compiling since before I started the stream. It took a minute and a half. Anyway, so we did the score last time. So let's just do a quick little thing and be like, the score works. Correct. I really need to stop this thing from using a fixed time step and make it like use like a timer that clicks, so that when you fast forward it like passes a move properly. I don't think I've phrased that right. Like it needs to not have the ability to accidentally tick on the wrong time. Anyway, we've got 9 points because it was 3 layers. 3, 3, 3, it's 9. So what I want to add next, I reckon, is probably the first of the special blocks. So I don't know where they would go. Probably in board, because board takes care of that. So we need like a special block thing. How would I set that? I'm just trying to think of a convenient way while I tidy this up. I wonder if there's a reason that I removed that. Anyway, so I'm pretty sure we're doing board because board's where we keep score, and it's going to be a score-based thing. So maybe it's a good spot to keep it. So we're going to okay, mod. What are the other options? We should probably add a new module called block. Like so, and then at some point I'll reorganize the code so the actual block logic's in here, and then we're going to say mod we call it powers and just do that. So blocks, I should move here and here, rename it a mod just to make things nicer, like so. I also do the same thing with powers for no other reason than because I think it'd be nice to have them all in a folder. Anyway, so first thing we're going to do is again, just immediately have another module inside. Lightning. Okay, so we're going to create the lightning block. So we're going to say something like struct the issue is we're going to end up doing requiring like okay, how to phrase it, like this is still going to be a marker because the actual logic of handling it will be handled in the code thing, so I can't think of a way of doing it flexibly, which is going to be slightly annoying because it means that like most of the power-ups are going to be like verbose. Like you can't, there's no way to like make certain power-ups not do anything because they're like within a certain loop check to see if it has So one thing we could do is go to powers and have like the abilities and say like instead of having specific logic for lightning, it's like lightning gives it the fast effect, and then the fast effect could be on multiple different blocks. But for now, we're just going to go with lightning, and it's going to be anything with lightning does whatever the lightning does. So first we need to be public. I need to derive component. Means we need to use the Bevy preload. Okay. Okay. So first thing is we're gonna I'm gonna import plugin for lightning because I like the idea of doing this. Like unit structs like this is like you can implement the plugin effect to add all the right systems. Like so, and then build. Okay, so we're gonna app dot add systems. This will be an update. And this is just going to be an icon. I kind of want it to be some kind of like stylistic thing of like building up powers. Like when you put lightning on a block, it's like you can have other effects as well. Like lightning's a modifier more than just like a specific type of block. So the way that's going to work is we're going to go fn add icon, and so we're going to say query so we need entity I think it's like with block added lightning. Like so. We need commands as well. Just mute commands, thank you. So let me go like for entity in added and then commands dot entity dot with children, like so. Let me say c dot spawn. It's not an image bundle, it's a sprite. So I think that's how we do that. Then we just say like image. So next thing we need to make like an actual struct for this. So we're like drive resource struct lightning assets. So, and then we say something like image. I'm gonna make the handle to an image. We're gonna import from world for lightning assets, and if from world, and we say let asset server equal world dot resource asset server, and then we just say lightning assets and server dot load. The path will be something like icon slash like dot png. Okay, something like that, and then we need to go gimp so you need to access the res lightning assets dot image dot clone. Your color would be color dot Bevy color palettes CSS yellow dot into. I don't think everything else can just be default. You don't like that, maybe? Like that, maybe? Okay, cool. Close. Okay. So we need to go file, new. I think there were 32. So it'll be something like 32 by 32. Then we're going to also file and open. Now we open up that block. We can copy our block across. It's like an attempt to be like, this is what it's going to look like on the block. So we're going to go, first off, add our channel, paste this in to new layer. Alright, that goes there. This way. Sweet. Alright, so now we have to make a lightning bolt. That looks cool. So I think, again, we're going to go with like EU, pencil down to like a size of 1. Now, what does a lightning bolt look like? I'm thinking it's like a zig from this side. So it's going to be something, let's just sketch out the, like the main outside. So it'd be like zig, zag. Is that a lightning bolt? Not really. Yeah, I feel like a lightning bolt needs to have like a straight side here. And then a slightly up, and then a zag down. So how do I make that? First off, we need to make it probably a little bit taller. A lot wider, and then like that. So I think that means that okay. So the next would be just be like widen this line a little bit. So it's too wide the whole way. It's too much. Too wide the whole way. Expand you that way. You that way, that way. That way. You can go like that. This I think needs to, it looks hideous. Alright, let's go get some pictures for reference. Okay, apparently I'm zigging and I'm zagging from the wrong direction because lightning bolts all seem to come in from this way. So let's just go again, delete that layer. So lightning bolts seem to be that they come from this corner. They sort of, this is going to be way too wide. So from like here, it's going to zig, zag, zig. So lightning bolt. I reckon we make the same pattern we had on the other thing, which is just do this, then pencil from there using that. Okay, I reckon if we go, gotta unselect that. Okay, and then so get this one, this one, this one. So I reckon it's from here. Oh, it's all the same fucking color. Clipboard image. Ugh, what the hell? Did I not copy it? The hell? Control C. Oh, this layer. Control C. Come back and with pencil. Do that. There we go. So this question is, can it make it across it enough to have a sufficient zig? Sufficient zag. Okay. That's gonna kind of look pretty good if I do something like this. So it comes to there, and then it goes to there, I guess. So there's that like lightning. So first off, we need to like move you into the center. Okay, cool. Okay, and then we need to like thicken it up in places. So how do we thicken it up though? So for one thing, I think we take the like the lighter color here, and we go Oh, that's not the... What the fuck? You would... That is not the color that has selected. Thank you very much. Why are you coloring it brown? Okay. You... Don't copy that color. Copy that color. Thank you. Why is it brown? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's just drawing brown. You copy my clipboard picture. Is that what your problem is? It's just single pixel, please. 1. Okay. Weird. You're also a slightly different grey. Alright, so I reckon we need to colour the whole thing in this grey. Connect this. Okay. All the same grey, thank you. From there to there. Okay. Now we have a very boring lightning bolt. Okay. The next is to select the darker color and go this color and like accent this side of the lightning bolt. Like so. That's the top again, so that it'd be here. That's not correct. There you go. There and then there. So that's our bottom side of the lightning bolt. And then we'll color drop that one and do the top. Be there. To there. From here to here. From here to here. Except we don't want that one. So please delete this. That's also underside, so that should probably be dark. I think. And I probably want to use color drop of that color. Unselect everything. Pencil. And from here to here. Oh, fuck off. I said unselect that. Thank you. Okay. There to there and... That needs to get slightly thicker through here and then thinner again. But I don't know how to do that without it looking really bad. So if I went back to this color, right, and then we said 3 blocks down, get 1 block wider. That would continue right there, and then 1, 2, 3, so that there, and get wider again. Okay, and the same thing would happen here, which is that here, there, 1, 2, 3. I think it's that one. Alright, which is sort of a zigzaggy shape, gets wider. Then we'd want to go from here to here, and then that's from there to there. Oh. Okay, so I reckon we need to do that. So if I undo that. So it's don't go all the way, go to you line up maybe there. Which for you would be here. Yeah, not really. It's a bit too much. Maybe just 3. Too much. I reckon maybe just round it off a little. The other option is also to... Can't really make this thicker without compromising that. It needs to be thicker through here, but without losing into that detail. So maybe like that. So that's 2 blocks in, and then 3 blocks back. Yeah, that kind of works. So again, trace this in black. Trace it in black. And then again select the white and trace the other side of the white. Looks like a really derpy S more than a lightning bolt, but I reckon if we pencil that white, pencil the other side white, white, and then pencil black. I reckon that's what you need to just come to a point then. This feels sharper, you know. Get rid of that piece there, that piece there, and that piece there, and then that piece there, and that piece there. I think this middle bit's just slightly wrong. Maybe just a single point coming up. So get rid of that bit too. Yeah, like I feel like it needs to be thicker in the middle, but it's just something that's like not looking quite right about it. Okay. So we can call that lightning. So what we do is we can delete this layer and then go, that's our lightning. So file and then export YouTube project Tetris assets and create folder icons, and then this is bolt. I'm gonna change it to bolt because I can't be bothered spelling lightning again. So you go here and it's bolt. Okay. So the way that lightning is going to work is we're going to go here, and then there's something else I think we can do. Like, I don't remember how to do it though. So there's something like, layer. Okay, so Z index. Okay. That a node entity front, back, order. Okay, so it's not that because that's for UI. I just said transform from translation back 3Z, something like that, I think. So then when we spawn a piece, we want to give it like a certain percentage chance of being a lightning piece. Which, I guess it's in deck we spawn pieces. In theory, like you'd actually customize into the deck specifically what powers each block has. Player moving. Okay, so it's not player move. Maybe it's not in deck then. Is it in board spawn block maybe? Spawn. Can spawn? Nope. Despawn shape. Over shape. Shape would be better. Spawn shape. There's spawn shape. There's spawn shape. Don't screenshot the fucking. Thank you. Like just a random fucking gray. All right. So in here, when we spawn a block, I'm gonna go something like. So you spawn all that, and then we can say something like, if we just go like RNG equals rand random, and then we say if RNG dot bool gen bool with a percentage of like 10%, and then we want to say commands ID entity ID dot insert lightning bolt. So now we need to get that somewhere accessible. So your public here, and we go. That's why I'm thinking. Powers, and then we say here we go. So like that, which should then make it accessible. So from blocks. Okay, so we go to deck builder. We say crate blocks lightning. Okay, it's not called lightning block, lightning. Okay, so we need to stick that on. Then we need to go back to here. We need to go plugin, which is Bevy prelude app dot add plugins powers plugin, and then inside of powers we say use Bevy prelude, not prelude and powers plugin, and this is going to be app dot add plugins lightning. So this is never called. It was called here. Thank you. It's private. Like that, so you can use it, but nothing else can get to it. And then we need to add the blocks plugin, which is deck UI blocks. It's because we need to make it public here. Right, block plugin, which then adds powers plugin, which then adds lightning. Which I feel like I need to do something more like in effect. Fast. Just like I want it to be like modular, that you can like build them up. So the lightning, and then we're gonna have to have a type power, which is effectively a semicolon, not type, trait power fn effects. I also think it shaken itself and returns a list of effect. Okay. Something like that. And then we go here. Interesting. So when we... Maybe I should do instead, I should make like a... make a struct effects, which is then going to be a vector of effect. Should be a hash set actually. Hash set. I'm just gonna use hash set because I think it's the same hash set. Okay, and then we say you are actually a component. Like so. Effects. Right. Then we don't need the trait like this. Instead, Ooh. Maybe it does need to be a vector. Because I was thinking when you remove lightning, we can make it, you can only add them. So here, when we say add, let's change it from add icon to add lightning. Which then comes to here, and we say, hey, also grab a mutable instance of its effects. Super effects. Like so, and then we go entity effect. Here, go down here, we go, okay. So you can fuck around and add that. You can also say effects dot insert zero dot insert. Okay, no, just insert full derived deref, and then we're going to insert effect. This is what lightning does. Lightning is fast. Okay. Yeah, so we need to go back here and we need to say, hey, you derive equal clone copy equal par equal and hash. Okay. So that should then work. You need to derive ref and deref. Deref and deref mute. Okay. So you have insert, you can't borrow you mutably. Okay. So very complex type name, I don't give a shit. When we run this, I did make it give a random chance of spawning lightning. We'll find out. It should, in theory, have like a certain percentage chance of spawning a lightning block, and then we're going to say lightning blocks are fast, which means that when we actually apply anything that we want to be fast, like if we have something else in the future that wants to be the effect of being fast, we can just add the fast effect to it. You need to initialize the resources. Here, you dot init resource, not you init resource lightning. Thank you. Now, why did you complain? You said command Q. Why did you not access successfully? But the okay. Spawn main panic thread function. Okay. So you panicked because it tried to access a resource that didn't exist, which is fine. Right. So we go play, and then we go, hey, let's just see. It's a 10% chance that we see a lightning block. 10% chance, huh? I'm going to say it's not working because I haven't seen a single lightning block. Maybe you actually do something when you want a lightning block, maybe, because maybe it's just not putting it in the right spot. Because I'm telling it to be Z. So do any of these entities have children? Not really. But the odds of that many blocks spawning without at least one of them striking the 10% means I've probably done something wrong, so entity ID, which is the block. here. Okay, so DID, insert, create, block, lightning. Okay, so you insert lightning. Then we go to lightning. Okay. They have block, because that's when they spawn, they have block. Correct? Can I print? They need to have effect. So, powers plugin. Let's go to the power plugin, and let's just be a little cheeky with it. Add depend required component. Register required components. Block effect. Okay, and then you need the default. Cool. Right. Okay, now it should work because they should have the ability to actually have effects applied to them. And the idea is that I'm going to say you can't remove effects, but maybe in the future I want to remove effects, which will be difficult in the sense, hey, look, where's one right away? Lightning bolt on it. Okay, so lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Okay. So the way that lightning bolts are going to work is that should clear a line. Right, so we go to deck, we go to board. Okay, so we know that all blocks, spawn shape, line, clear line. Okay, so for Y, iterate through all of X. Okay, so we go so I'm pretty sure when you get to here, you determine that the line is fast. Okay, so which means that we need to go something like this. We need to go, okay. So we can't return early, so we need to let fast equals false. Let comp as moving equals false. Not fast false, thank you. The issue with keeping track of that is now we're starting to get rid of different things. I keep track of different things. So we go here, we say if it's empty, return, because we don't care if it's out of bounds, return. It should never return out of bounds, because you should only have iterate through. So maybe we should make this instead just be like unusual. Don't check out of bounds for lines. Okay, so that should be unreachable. So if block removed, continue Y. Okay, so instead of continuing Y, we're going to say has moved equals true. Okay, so these both need to be beautiful. Right, has moved equals true. So it's not a block. Okay, again, you probably shouldn't continue, like, because it's more of an error than like the player.get. Okay, let error equal player get block shape. Okay. So if the shape's any part of the player. So again, we're going to say has moved equals true. Technically, you should be your own thing, but anyway. Right. Why am I doing it this way? is okay. Right. So we set has moved for both of those cases because it's either it's moving or it's the player piece. Okay. So next we need to work out fast. So here we have block is entity. Right. Then we get the blocks data. If okay, block equals get. Right. And now actually we got block mode. Okay. So technically a block here, which is when we come in here, we say blocks. And what is a block? Right. So blocks, which also has effect. Which we need to somehow make public. Effects. So that would be under powers. Okay, so you need to be pub, like so, and then you would be block crate blocks effects. Right. So we grab that and we say, hey, when you unwrap this, it's block and effects. Like that. Right. Then we say if effect dot contains effect, make you public. Powers. Okay. You're also public. Effect. Okay. Fast. Then fast equals true. Seems like a really bad way of doing this. But at this point, it's about getting things working more than anything else. So shape, somehow shape block dot shape. Where have we grabbed block? Why is it wrong? Block. Okay. If anything, this feels like we should grab block wherever the fuck we've created block, and we should probably just merge that in, because the fact that we're almost always going to want to be able to access effects if we're accessing a block. So it's more like just a hash set of effect like that, except we want to take you, cut you, and then move you to here. Okay, your block, and include hash. Yes, thank you. Can you stop? I can't be copied. Fine. Okay. So you're now super block, right? Not a component. Did I not copy the entire description? Somewhere board. Where did I copy block from? Implement component for block. So apparently we're just like not using this, so we can just derive component on block. Derive clone and component. Like so. Does that fix you? Doesn't fix you. Okay. Create blocks. Block. Do that, and then we go here. Same thing. We just need to find where we import it. Right, we just actually have to use it now. Use block. Create blocks. Block. Okay. Technically, I think we want something like this instead. Right, then we get rid of effects. We go here, we say, yep, so correct here, go here, go, hey, effects, you're no longer a thing. That was fun while it lasted, but anyway, add lightning, So then lightning does the same thing, except we're going for block. And then we just say insert. That's confusing. So let's rename you to block. Okay, then we go here. We just need to tweak. I know that should have changed. Somewhere it's complaining about something. New. Fuck me. New. And then somewhere down here, instead of that, we just want blocks, because, you know. Alright, so you then turn into that. You turn into that. Okay, so we say block.fx contains fast, so that should still work. And then when we go down here, you'll work the same. We say okay, so if has moved and not it's and not fast, continue. This is continue, isn't it? I think, because we're outside of this loop, which means we can just continue y. Yep. Right. So has moved and isn't fast. Okay. I think everything's working then. Okay. So then when we hit play and we go here and we go, okay. So check lightning, which is going to be fun. We need to basically build a 2-layer Tetris thing, like ready to complete 2 layers. And then when the lightning piece comes in, we technically we can just do this way. And as long as we don't oh, that's going to be interesting. Okay, we need to leave that open because it needs to be as it passes through that layer. It needs to not have hit the bottom, because otherwise, you know, it's okay. No, that's going to hit the bottom. We need a tall piece. Going to be very good at Tetris by the time I finish this game. Okay. Can you stop giving me pieces that can't fit in the goddamn hole? Okay, so as you pass through the fast layer, it should be like done. Okay, done, done. Okay. So there's another reason to move off the fixed step system and move to something along the lines of a that should technically have counted as you know what I mean? Like that should have not spawned a new piece and then decided that everything was good. So what I need to do is go like have like a tick system that says like, can the player spawn a new block? That isn't just, is the player not got a current block? Because if something's moved, yeah, well, that was just a fucking terrible block placement. See, because by that logic, like we kind of want the score to be able to stack like really dumb. So yeah, we need to work on the player spawning for one thing. So so I reckon one way around that is to go something along the lines of something along the lines of what are we doing? So we want to go to board, and we probably want to put it in board and say well, we have changed. Clear moved, which goes to remove. Okay. Update moved. Okay. That's probably a terrible way of determining if a block is moved or not, but fair enough. It's not really, I'm not fucking wrote it, but anyway. Somewhere we have like, when do we ever use changed? Applying gravity? No. Okay. Update board. That's it. But do we... Oh, we take it. That's how we clear it. We clear it when we update the board, which is... Interesting. So we should do something like has moved. So this is a boolean. So the answer is going to be false. Has moved. False. Alright. So when we set, well, that's the question though, because when we set something, if we're like changing its color, I don't want it necessarily to fuck it. Has moved equals true. I think clearing shouldn't, but fuck it. Self dot has moved equals true. Alright, so apparently taking a block, which I'm pretty sure we connected this. Has moved equals true. Right, so this is again, it's just tracking. So querying the board doesn't change whether it's moved, but everything else does. So we need to go in the plugin. Something happens in first, doesn't it? Post update, fixed update. No, nothing's happening in first. So we need to app.add systems first. So clear changed. Okay. So we go here, we say fn clear changed, which takes in mute board, goes mute board, and it says board dot has moved equals false. All it does is sets that to false. It's the first thing you do. Okay, so next we need to be like, hey, spawn player shape. Somewhere, deck. Is this where we give the player its shape? Clear player, player moves, remove player target. That can stay. It's just where we spawn player. It's where we spawn player. Somewhere in here probably. Spawn shape. Okay, so that happens in update, but it's spawning a shape. Okay, it's probably next shape would be my spawn next. So this checks to see if gets okay. So technically we need to say that you should just grab access to the board, which you already have, and we say is okay, return. Or we should probably do this one first, because I think comparing a board is going to be faster than getting a query, which means we don't want it. if board has moved, or okay, so that should mean that while the board is moving, we don't take the player's thing away. Okay. So this should mean, right, that if I stack deliberately poorly here, of course you give me the pieces that I want last right at the beginning. So we're going to stack you, stack you, stack you, stack you. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to tell if this worked or not. So the idea is that when we clear that line, we shouldn't get a new shape until after that line's cleared, like one tick after it's cleared. Fuck me, of course it... Ah, no. That would have been perfect piece to fucking put there. Okay. Question. If I clear this line, I'm just going to clear that line. Okay. It's not retesting what I want to test. I also wonder if it's possible to cut the player's piece. Okay, yes, so no new player piece spawns until all of the pieces have finished moving. Or at least one tick. Okay, like so. Like so, and like so, and then we go, okay, so that clears you. Okay. Interesting. So the next thing is, we got to score. So somewhere here we've got clear line, right? Line. Okay. So clear line needs to kind of have a resource that's like line count. If line count. Well, okay. It's more like score line. Okay, so we need a resource. Resource. Struct line info. So this is going to consist of chain, which is an I8, just because I think it's a bit funny if they can get a negative chain, which implies that you're losing points for clearing lines. I should also double check that my microphone is working. It'd be really funny if I'd been talking to myself this whole time and nobody could hear me. Okay, so score lines. So this is current chain. All right. So to score lines, we need access to the board and line info. Right? There is line info. Okay, you need to derive default. And then we go here and we say if board dot has moved return. Okay. Then we say we need access to mutable score. Score. Right, like this, and then we say score plus, can I say plus equal? I don't know if that'll work. Line info dot chain times line info dot chain, and then line info dot chain equals 0. Okay, cool. So you need to be mute as well so that we can change you. Cool. Like so. Cool. So we need to go to score, and I want to see if I deref you, not reflect, deref, and deref. Okay, cool. Does that let me do that? No. Okay, fine. Chain 0 plus equals. Okay, let's make you an I-32 because I can't be bothered fucking around with converting that. And this also means that like you could in theory get really, really big chains. Okay, so line info, score line, and score line needs to happen right at the end. So we go here, we go plug in wherever that happens to be. So we chuck you in first, and then we go dot add system last, and that's going to be score lines. Right. So scoring a line does that, and then somewhere down here when we say clear lines, we need to say instead of getting access to score, you get access to line info. And then we say if found is greater than 0, score chain plus equals found, because we're squaring it when we get there. Thank you. Okay. So in theory, that means if you now collect line and then a piece falls and it collects another line, basically until you get a new piece, it keeps track of the current lines. Why? What are you complaining about? Line info is never initialized. We need to go to plugin. Plugin, please. And dot init resource line info. Like so. Initialize line info. Run that. Okay. So then we see if it works. Now I'm going to make it so that I can somehow collect the second line. How the hell am I going to do that? This, and then just put you over here. We need to somehow fill that gap with a piece that will fall down when we clear a line. Kind of got myself in a bit of a predicament here because it's gonna be hard to find a piece. I need like this shape. So okay, it didn't work. So I need to somehow because I clear that every tick. Okay, so it needs to be clear changed. So these need to happen not on first, but on first, fixed first. And fixed. Technically, you could be on anything but fixed last, because then it should still run in the correct order. So what was happening is that because we only move every third of a second, the fixed first, or it was clearing it. We weren't moving from multiple frames. It was scoring it. When in reality it was only no ticks had passed, so it was like it shouldn't have been scoring it. Sure, put that there, and then I need to put that there, put that there, put that there, put that there. Wait, we can put that there because that should still score. Right, because then when we collect this, it shouldn't give us any points because the stuff starts falling. It scores. It gave us 1 point, which is horrendously incorrect. Which is kind of ironic because it means that it's scoring too fast. It's not scoring that, it's scoring. Okay, that's the issue. It definitely detected that a line had been found. Interesting. Yeah, so they still give us 4 points, which means it's not... I'm very confused. The issue is it's quite difficult to replicate. So let me just go here. Go here, and then when we clear you, are you gonna have enough of a clear to do the rest? Well, apparently I didn't clear anything. What the fuck was I thinking? Nope. Okay, I definitely need to work on the rotations of pieces. But... okay. Okay, so when you go down, we've cleared 1 line, we've cleared 2 lines, cleared like lots of lines. Fucking I have no idea how many lines we cleared. I don't think it's working still though. We need to really reduce it so that we can actually specifically test the case that I know that doesn't work. So I'm still unclear on what happened exactly. Somehow it scored me. It then didn't score me. So we can use you like that, and then we stack everything else kind of fine. Then we stack you like that. Lay you like that. You can go like that. You can go wherever the fuck you feel like. And then we put you here, and then this should score us. See, it didn't work, so it stopped. It stopped for a tick. Now that's got to have something, because then it scores it as soon as the piece touches down, which is incorrect. So why did you do that? So clear changed, everything happened. It obviously moved. So somehow the line got cleared, the board didn't move. So we clear. Somehow we didn't manage to apply gravity that tick. Interesting. Where is the clearing of the lines happening? Clear line. I think clear line needs to happen pre-update would be my guess. I guess technically it happened post-update. So we've got it updating the board, updating moved, clearing a line. So you're happening in fixed update. You also clearing lines happens outside of the wrong spot. So clearing lines needs to happen here. Yes, apply gravity, clear line. Like so. Update board, update moved. These happen every frame. Ooh. The updating moved like that's a bad idea though. See, we have to do it clear move. So where do we call clear moved though? So what I'm thinking is, yeah, fixed first. So we have to clear moved and fixed first, but we have to update moved every tick, because otherwise, or every frame, because otherwise we miss some moves. So it's like, we need to make sure that this is updated every tick. But when we apply gravity, is only in fixed update. I reckon this could still cause problems, because post update and fixed update, except fixed update should run, and then post update should run. Like, I don't think it runs pre fixed update, fixed update, post fixed update, then update. Like, I'm pretty sure it'll run fixed post pre, and then normal pre, fixed update, normal update, fixed post, normal post. or maybe the opposite order of that. But the idea being that like I don't think it runs all three, then all three of the others, so it shouldn't matter. But the ordering is one's in fixed and one's in post. It should still respect that post comes after update. Which depressingly means I need to do another line. Yeah, like that. I also think I got the green backwards because I think the green's the same as the red, which is incorrect. No, they are opposites. Okay. So now I just need to fill that. So when that purple piece comes, we can be like purple piece. Yay, we got a score of 4. Okay, so that's all happening in the correct ordering now. Which ironically means that we can score lots. Now I need to work out how to rotate things better. So I'm thinking what I need to do is make them rotate around the center of mass. And we also need to somehow do some kind of like check to see if the rotation can work like while maintaining a piece of in the same place sort of thing, of like if I rotate this one, I okay, definitely needs to rotate around the center of mass. Let's see. Just gonna score me some points. It's definitely gonna make the game hang a little bit. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so let's get working on rotating around center of mass. Because we want the yellow blocks to just always be yellow blocks. So it's going to be in shape, which is probably on the board. This spawn shape, capital S shape. Okay, shape has some stuff. So when we say shape can rotate, so 4 blocks in block contained. Next plus center get. Okay, let mute next equals. So that's the incorrect way of rotating. So somehow we need to calculate the center of mass, which I think should be something that a shape does when a shape changes. So calc. Okay, calculate the center, which then takes in itself. And we say center of mass, which is fun because when we add blocks that are heavy, they can shift the center of mass. So this is going to be a vec2, I think, like that. All right, so then we go let Theo m equals 0. Okay, and then we say is it just the average? I don't know if it is just the average. So because I should add 0, 0 plus 1. I'm just trying to do this through my head. So see, because I'm thinking of the square, which is like this. So if we go square, we go dot 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 dot. See, because this is 0 0 and this is 1 1, means that you sum to being 2 in the or the x equals 2 and y equals 2, because again we've got 2 1s here It's 2 positive y's and 2 negative y's, and we actually want it to be half. Could I do like a moving center of mass? I don't know if that'll work. Because it's definitely going to give me 1. 1 is your center of mass, which technically puts it like 0, 0. Because that makes you the center of mass, which is incorrect. Well, the center of mass to be half. So how do I work that out? So if I said it was like, so let's just work that out. So if it starts at 0, 0, then we add 0, 0. Which equals 0, 0. Right, and then it's 0, 0 plus 1, 0, which means you equal 1, 0. Which then means you are 1, 0 plus 1, 1, which is now equal to 2, 0, 2, 1, which means 2, 1 and plus 0, 1 equals 2, 2. Right, so then we can't just divide that by 2 because that gives 1, 1, which is incorrect. So what I'm thinking is if we said divide by 2, which would then give us 0, 0, then we add that, which then we divide by 2, which gives us 0.5. 0 plus 1, 1, which gives 1.5. 1, 1. Divided by 2, which would give us 0.75. 0.5, which would then give us 0.75 1 divided by 2. Interesting. That's definitely also not going to work. So mx plus so do I have to work out like the average on each line, maybe? I think because all like the examples are like just like the mass times 1 difference to the other, which is something like you have to say like it becomes something like you are 0 plus 1 equals 1 divided by 2, and you become 0 plus 1 equals 1 divided by 2, and then we would need to do that twice because technically it's the x and the y. So like you say x equals, and then y equals, and then because the x and the y on both lines are you're 0, 1 and you're 1, so you have a y, so you have a y of, so they're both, yeah. You have a y of 0, so you know average y of 0. This is divided by 4, isn't it? If I did the other thing again, and we said 1, 0, 1. So we concluded it's sum to 2, 2. So say dot, dot. dot dot, which is then x equals 2 and y equals 2. And there's 4 dots, so we divide by 4, which should give us half. Right, and equals Am I just an idiot and just didn't do averaging properly? Yeah. I think that's the right way to do it. So basically just let sum of that. Okay, let me say for block in self dot blocks dot getter, when we say com plus equals block dot as vec2, right? To do that, and then we say, when you get to the end here, we say com equals divide equals self dot blocks dot then as f32, and then we say self dot center of mass equals com. Okay, we get in here, and at some point we're like split shape. So when we split the shape, we need to say swap the memory of the shapes. So this is the new shape. So we need to say like new shape equal equal to this, like so, and then we say center mass equals 0. We'll vec do 0, like that, right? And then we say spawn new shape. But then here we're going to say new shape dot calc center. Okay, so that should work for you. And then in deck up here, each of these needs a center mass vec to 0, something like that. And then at the end, we'll just iterate through so that when I change decks later, we don't have incorrect centers of masses, but without needing to calculate everything every time. So we go here, we say, we can do that. We're going to say, hey, deck, let mute deck equals that. And then we go here, we just say, so we do the same thing here. Deck, because just keeping my nice little commented bit of code up to date. So then we say deck for shape in deck dot shapes dot shape dot calc center, and then repeat. Okay, so that just means that I can like customize the deck without having to fuck around with that. So next, I guess, is to calculate rotation. So how to calculate the rotation? So we need to be something like how to rotate around center. So it's going to make our rotation code significantly slower because it now needs trig functions. But again, this is kind of code that's so fast anyway, it doesn't really fucking matter. Somewhere. Split shape. Okay. When we split the shape, we need to recalculate the old shape center of mass. So this is somewhere we have access to the old shape, which is that one, right? Yep, in here. So if shape, okay, and then mem swap, and then we say shape dot calc. Well, I don't know when, but when we calculate the new shape, we'll see update the old shape center. Okay. It shouldn't really matter because as soon as the player's no longer in the controller shape, they can't rotate anymore, so we don't really need to keep old shapes up to date. But there's no point not doing it if it means that we run into bugs later because I didn't do it. It'd be dumb. Right, calc center can translate, can rotate. Okay, so here we say next. So how do we rotate around a center point? So we say that if you are given angle and radius and distance r, you would compute x is equal to r times the cos of the angle. Okay. Interesting. So you would have a point on a plane and center x. The distance from the origin would be, and the angle y half is 18 half y. Okay, so distance equals. So it's saying that interesting. So let's just see if this works. I need to say like let b equal block dot x times block dot x plus block dot y block dot y dot wait, these are okay. So first up, we need to make you a float. So let block equal block dot as vec3 vec2. So like that, and then we go square root of that, which gives us d, and then it says that we need our angle, which is just going to be 90 degrees, which then means we can probably just post them here and say const sine which is an f32 equals sine 90 sine. Now question is, are you okay? Fine, calculator can't divide by 0. Okay, 90. Now the sine of 90 is just going to be 1, isn't it? Sine. Which means that technically it's not this, it's from the origin, from the center. So what the fuck? Yeah, sine is just 1, but so that means that it's still technically just this. It's negative y and x. So we don't need to fuck around with this. But it does mean that we need to work out your actual position, I guess, which is we take this as a vec and then we say minus equals shape plus equals shape self dot center math, right? Because if the block's at 0, 0, We want to add half. No, if we want to subtract center of mass. Your distance from the center of mass would mean that you're actually negative half, and if the one's at 1, 1, we want it to. So add center of mass. That would actually push the corner one further away. Ah, God, why is this so hard to fucking work out in my own head? What I'm doing right now is trying to work out how to make blocks rotate around the center of mass, as opposed to at the moment they just rotate as shape, like the whole shape turns, which technically rotates around the 0 point of the shape, which means that if we go, like I had a Tetris block that's square, I just run the game. Theory, I think, should change. Actually, this won't compile because they're. So at the moment, the shape will rotate around the point that I've set as the center. So this middle block is always the same. It's not really obvious with these shapes. We'll just drop these up there with the shape that it was really obvious with. This, or the shape that'll have the biggest impact when I change it, I guess that's the better way of phrasing it. The yellow square. Yeah. Yeah. So when I rotate the yellow square, you see it's actually moving, but I'm not actually moving it. It's because it's rotating around one of the corners, not because it's the center of one of the corners. So technically, we want to kind of. I guess we want to add the center of mass, right? Because we want it to be added at half, I think. And then we say next is just that plus up at center of mass. I don't know if this is going to work. And then we say, I guess, wrap the whole thing like that and say dot as ivec2. So truncate it down and then we'll see if it rotates around the center. This could make it worse because if I stepped it in the wrong direction, it'll end up rotating instead of like the center of its mass, it'll rotate around the outside corner instead of the center of one block, which is okay. It doesn't feel any different on that shape. What about this shape? Again, it doesn't feel any different because in theory this shape should be rotating like around here. Actually, ooh, a bit weird because they're technically rotating around a different point because like they're slightly taller, which means they're rotating around like there. Actually, no, because it's 2 blocks above. I know, but you're 2 up, so yeah, it's going to be rotating somewhere around that. So you're definitely not rotating around your center. Yeah, you're still not rotating around yours. Which one's not moving? Interesting. So that definitely doesn't work. Well, we'll try minus center of mass. Technically, we can need to minus center of mass. Well, the issue is that the center of mass also gets rotated. By the logic that the center of mass should still stay as Alright, so you're still rotating. What are you rotating around? I need to somehow visualize your center of mass. We'll add a gizmo to do that for a second. So, mass, which is going to be like Look, that's an interesting question. The shape doesn't has a transform, so to be honest, I actually don't know how I'm going to calculate the center of mass. I guess I need to like blocks, and then so we said that you're like the center, then we should shapes, which is again we can query shape. And then we need to go board because we need to do a weird lookup. And then gizmos. Gizmos. Okay. So if we did something like for shape in shapes, like so. For shape and shapes, then we say that center equals shape dot in theory one of these shapes should have center. Okay, the center is an I vector. Yes, now that doesn't that imply what the fuck? I don't remember how any of this worked. Clear line. I need to like go back to shape and go like, hey, when I say like can move, how the fuck do I do that? Okay, can translate, can move, block. So we said block plus offset. Can translate. Okay, so self of blocks contains, so self dot contains block next continue. Right, skip one so yourself. The next is next, which is block plus center. Okay. Okay, self dot center plus shape dot. Oh, actually, shouldn't the center just be correct? Maybe. I don't know. Technically, the center can end up a bit skewed, but okay. So you're also, I think we weren't actually modifying the rotation code. We were just modifying the can rotate code, can't we? Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should modify the self.can rotate let old equals, so somewhere down here we say let x rotate. Okay, so we just say like block minus self center of mass next is equal to this. So we say let x and then we say block. Okay, so we do that, then we say right, so can I rename you to olds? Right, so we say old block, this block center of mass, center of mass, and then we say let block equals self dot. Okay, so we then say old block equals dereference block. Maybe we don't need a dereference, we just add block. Correct? So block is equal to old block as vector, block minus self, next. Dereference old block. Okay, dot, wait, next. And you're also next. Apparently. All right, let's see if that works. I don't know if it will. I think it just feels a bit. Might though. Do you think I make it better or worse? I'd say that's definitely worse. That's so old, zip old, target. If let's sum right. So first things first is to say, let's go back to adding our center of mass instead of subtracting our center of mass. It shouldn't make any difference. It's going to be a rounding thing. But because we're truncating, we probably want to go in a positive direction. So that we truncate back to the original value rather than being in the negative direction where we may truncate values that otherwise wouldn't have been. Okay. So to be honest, I don't know how it's doing that. Okay, that's definitely wrong. So let's just go back to the old way of doing it. It works. You just got block apparently. Okay, cool. And then next is block, dereferenced block. Okay, so we were supposed to be visualizing center of mass. So center is just shape center, apparently. Now I don't think that entirely works because theoretically it should actually, because everything's based off the offset of the center, which means that even when I break shapes up, the center may be in the wrong spot, but then the center of mass should be correctly offset from the center. But it could actually be the problem is that the center is not the center of mass, or the center of mass isn't relative to the center. Really, it shouldn't. I don't know. So then we're going to say do we need to get the block? We need the block for its transform, maybe? I think. So we say like Okay, now your center should be updated. So I think that technically we don't need this. Can I just go gizmo dot circle Bison 2D. Wait, why does it need to be 3D? From X, Y, center. Or can we just say from translation? Center dot as vec2. The radius is going to be 1, you want to say? It might need to be 16 because it's weird. Why does it need to be 3D? I don't fucking know. And then what is this color? Red. Let's make it black so that we can see it. We need to make this most beautiful. Like so. Okay. Okay. Symmetry 3D. Dot extend 1. Okay. Let's just see what that looks like. If the shapes follow, like if the circles follow the shapes down, then we know it's right. Maybe we should make it white as well, because I think black's really hard to see. But she shouldn't be hard to see, because like the background is grey. But anyway, play. I don't see a circle at all, so that's not good. Can we get you to also oh yeah, maybe if we turned on show center of mass, that would work too. Okay, please. Derive config debug assertions app.add system update show center mass. Thank you. All right, showing center mass actually being turned on. That'll be helpful. Okay, play. There we go. Okay, are you drawing like a weird dot? So I think we need to times it by 32 because we're in 2D world, and in 2D world, I mean it's somewhat working. It probably is exactly working again just because we're we need to multiply it by 32 so that the and you need to have a radius of 32. Why not a radius? The radius is 16. Can we say you a square instead? Yeah, square. And then square takes in square. That's sphere. Rectangle, draw a rect, and then the rect is going to be its size, which is an rect 2D. Vec 2 new. Yeah, vec. Right, used a regular size, yeah. Splat 32. Okay, cool. So then we just get rid of the extend. And turn you into 2D. Right, okay, rect 2. See if these are in the center of the blocks. States communities. Okay. That poor hard drive. Poor hard drive. Okay. Here's hoping. I don't see a square. Is it really, really far away? Or how would we know? Okay. So we probably shouldn't have changed multiple things at the same time. Extend 1 3D. Okay, let's try that, because, again, we should have seen it. Oh, let's see if I can, the size is going to be... Oh, apparently size is still 2D, which makes very little sense. Yeah, no, can't see it. So what was it? It was circle. Radius of 16. Because before they were all in this corner. Why isn't it working out? If I stop multiplying it by 32, does it come back? Maybe multiplying by 32 is too big. But if it's a game, it's just fucking old circles in that corner. Okay, that's a pain in the ass because it's just completely gone. Because there was definitely circles appearing in that corner when I... It's like a radius of 1. I don't know what I changed. Because they were definitely appearing down there. Sphere. Okay. They're just gone, which is just the most baffling thing. Am I not making shapes? Can we print line? Something like lol. You should just spam lol in the chat because console, because every frame, every shape, which means that when we get one shape, it should just be spamming once per frame, and then it should be 2 times per frame. Play. Okay. First up, something's gone wrong because it's not spamming it, which means there are, in fact, 0 shapes, which does not make any sense because they should all be shapes, right? Don't we? Wait. First up, we're running in release mode, which is entirely the problem, I reckon. So we'll go back to 16. Let's go back to vec 2 splat. Back to 2D. I'll get rid of this. Although I didn't notice that I was running a release until I goddamn swapped over to the window open the console to work out what was wrong. I see 2D. And it was like, oh, of course my debug information is not working because I'm not in debug mode. Hey, look, a square. So the square is drawn in the center. As you see, the square is not moving. It rotates around the square. So next, we want to also render the center of mass, which is basically paste this. We say your center plus shape dot center of mass. Right. So we need you to be like Bevy color palettes CSS red. You should just have 2. Close. Good. Okay. Okay, so you look right. You look right. You're just not rotating around it. You don't seem quite like obviously it's obviously center mass, but like it just doesn't seem right for that shape. So somehow your center of mass. So your center of mass is correct. Interesting. Wait, so as I rotate the shape, center of mass is getting wrong. That's really interesting, because it means that one, when we rotate a shape, we don't recalculate the center of mass, which is hilariously probably what was breaking our rotation code. Is that we weren't rearranging the center of mass, which meant that you were starting to rotate around shit that wasn't there. So can rotate. You do that. When you rotate, when you get here, can you please say self dot count center? Right. So this should mean that our center of mass stays in the right spot, which for all likelihood is what was breaking our rotation code. Is that like our center of mass was constantly like not actually the center of the shape. Right. So now our center of mass is rotating. Right. So let's re-implement the center of mass rotation code. So it's like let block, 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 block. Okay. So that worked like this. And we said, okay, so we don't want to do this anymore. That's the old way. We do this. We should say next. It's not block. I guess center of mass, and then it's next block. Next block. Okay, so that, and then next, and then when we say here, we say let block equal self dot center plus next. Right, we also need to dereference block and say you're equal to next. I guess technically we can just do that, because what's the point? Dereference. Technically it's a double dereference, but that's fine. Now with this new block rotation code, the blocks still freak out. Yes, they do. I am unsure of what is happening. First off, they're getting really far from their center, which is interesting. Because how the hell are you getting free of your center? It's kind of funny. Okay, so it seems like they're not updating the blocks correctly. So we say old, and we say old self.blocks to edit and collect, take all the old. Take, okay. Then we say for block, okay, target, which is zipping the old in, okay. And then we say next block. So we must be getting the same block more than once. So maybe instead of, maybe we should dot round instead of just exploring it. And hopefully that'll result in because I think what's happening is as we rotate around, because we're truncating it, it's like it's possible for two blocks to end up in the same place, get truncated, and then they don't, like, they cease to exist. Well, ironically that worked better because it just smashed the block into numerous pieces. Okay. Rounding is definitely not correct, but I do like that this tests my shape breaking skill. I like my shape breaking code really well because it breaks the shapes apart as they. So you work. Something is really weird. So again, you work. So it's got something to do with the center of mass being like not an integer. Maybe we should not round the center of mass because that would break this one again. You're also like not working properly. If we can get the yellow one to work, because the yellow one's clearly the problem. Well, clearly I say. First off, maybe if we went back to adding the center of mass. I reckon it's got something to do with this, where we're subtracting the center of mass. Maybe we need to flip the center of mass, and that's what's going wrong, is that because we're adding the center of mass just back on directly. So instead, we should be like, next block is negative y. See? So maybe if instead of adding the center of mass, we said negative, and then we want to say like minus self that center of mass. Okay. Yeah, you can continue to round, but minus dot center mass dot y, right? So that we double negative that, and then we say plus self dot center of mass dot x, right? So we add the center of mass back like that. It could also be that we need to do it the other way. Really, I should just get the pen and paper out and work out exactly what we need it to do when we rotate the... Okay, so you definitely don't work. But you were out by a weird amount. So maybe if we plus y minus x. Okay, you look like you're working properly. You also look like you're working properly. You also look like, oh, fuck, something broke. Okay, something broke again. So not the best, but like you look correct, or like correct-ish. You still don't feel quite correct. You're definitely still wrong. Okay, let's just. So something tells me that you're just not working properly. So maybe it's plus x minus y. I think that's going to be incorrect, but it might be plus y minus x. I feel like this is going to break it again, because again it's going to pivot it really far out of like it's going to pivot it in sort of like the wrong direction. Yeah, but that it should mean that, like, because last time when it was doing that, I just did that, and so maybe it's the specific combination of the y needs to add the center of the mass of the y, which makes a lot of sense to be adding the y to the y and subtracting the x from the x. Maybe just adding the x to the x. Yeah, so you're just in a really bad spot. Okay, so if we said maybe just add the x to the x, so you become negative y, and you just add this, but that's just adding the x and the y back. Okay, I really should just calculate it for the yellow piece. Because you work, but you're also like, yeah, perfectly symmetrical shape. Okay. So maybe it's plus x plus y. Like maybe we still need to flip the x and the y, but we just don't negative one, positive the other. We'll just add them both, but in the opposite order. We're also still rounding, which could also be causing a problem. Well, you keep getting further away from the center of mass. Okay. We're gonna fucking work this out on the board. Get a notepad. Okay. So, that's not how you spell notepad. Notepad. I don't know what the fuck that is. Me trying to launch a game and it not working. Okay. Anyway, so we have the coordinates 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1. They are our 3 coordinates. And then our center of mass, 2m equals 0.5, 0.5. So, what we want to do is somehow get u, so we're going to rotate it clockwise. I think. I have no idea which way they actually rotate. Find out which way it's actually rotating. Well, we should probably just... First up, stop rounding. I suspect rounding has been causing part of our problem. Anyway. Okay, so I don't know why it suddenly stops rotating. It's because it's trying to get further and further from the center point. Okay, which way do you rotate? Counterclockwise, by the looks of that. Okay, y becomes negative. Yeah, you're rotating counterclockwise. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to say, okay, so 0, 0 needs to become 0, 0 needs to become 0, 1. All right, because you need to go up in the x, and then 0, 0, 1, not 9, 1. Fucking brain. 0, 1 needs to become 1, 0. No, 1, 1. And then 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0. Wait, no, you become 1, 1. You are up 1 in the y, which means that you need to become 0, 0. You become 0, 0. And then you need to become, so 1, 1 needs to become 0, 1. Like that. Okay. So, you, with your 0, 0, that's the hard part. So we add you and you become, okay, so if we're just adding y, so let's just go like add comp. Right, so 0 0.0, 0, 0.5 is 0 0.5. Okay, and then you become 0 0.5, 1.5. And then you become 1.5, 0.5. Okay. And then you become 1.5, 1.5. Right. Okay, so then we need to negative y, x equals negative y, comma, and y equals x, correct? That's what we do. We said x equals negative y and y equals x. X equals negative y and y equals x. Okay, so that would be for you, you stay 0, 5, 0, 5. Okay. For you become x equals negative y. Interesting. Okay, so x is equal to negative y, so you're negative 1.5, which is very far from what we want. You just become 1.5. Right, then you become negative 0.5, 1.5. Okay, and then you become negative 1.5. Okay, so then we would translate that back by basically, we need you to become 1, so we would need to add the y and subtract the x. If I subtracted the x, you need to become 0, 0, so we would need to subtract. So, yeah, no, so adding y would be bad for you. Interesting choice. Interesting. See if I can find a better thing, because it's definitely like just how to point around another point. Okay, so okay, so it's definitely got to be subtract the right, because if we subtract you really obviously become negative, but then you become 0.5, which is much more clear that like you just put 0.5, right? So we have our rotation. So like this much more clearly represents the grid. So that would mean that like if we did something to you, so if we subtracted our center of mass, right? Then we do our flipping, which basically just means that you become, I think you become negative, right? X becomes negative Y. You would become 0.5. You'd become, okay, let's just clear this because it's going to get confusing. So we flip you, which means you actually become positive. You become negative. Right, so then we say that you also become negative 0.5. Right, but then you are now, and you're negative 0.5. Interesting, because that goes us to 0, 0, and then 0, 1. Actually, you'd be like 1, 0, which is fine, I think. Because we've still got the same pattern, 1, 0, 0, 0, and then you become negative wait, no, you become 0.5 comma at 0.5, which means you become 1, 1, and then you become at negative 0.5, which you become 0 and 0.5, which is 1. So you become 0, 1, you become 1, 1, you become 0, 0, and you become, that would be the issue. You are supposed to become 1, 0. Okay, so you become 1, 0. So if we change that to mean you become 1, 0, which means you increment one of the x, right, which is actually what we wanted to do, and you become 1, 0, and you increment one in the negative x, so you lose an x. Okay, so that seems correct, which means what we need to do is subtract, go up to our can rotate. So we need to go here, we need to say, hey, subtract our center of mass, flip that, and then add our center of mass. Right? Because we subtract our center of mass, which gives us these values. We then rotate you using that logic, and then we add our center of mass back. So then at right, which then makes you 0. It makes you 1, 1 0. Then makes you 0 0, which makes you 1 1, and that makes you 0 1, which is exactly the numbers we want. So what we do is we subtract our center of mass here and add our center of mass here. I think that's correct. We might have to test it with something that's off-centered, because the issue is that it's hard to tell if we need to flip our x and our y. But according to that, what we need to do is well, we can easily test that with this, I guess. So let's just do that, and then we say so u equal that plus self dot center of mass. So we subtract center of mass there, add center of mass back there. Okay, that should work, because we get next one, y, and then x. Okay, we go play, we go, hey, if I rotate you, you still just vanish into oblivion, which is interesting. Okay, so what in the hell is happening to these shapes? Okay, you don't work either, which is interesting. But you, oh, actually you don't work at all. Interesting, because like it's not actually moving its center of mass. The yellow, let's just not rotate anything until we get a yellow block. See, oh, it is. So you're working. Okay, which tells me that if you're not working, it's because we're not supposed to be adding center of mass like this, right? Which is x to x, right? Which tells me that we probably want to add self dot center of mass dot y and plus self dot center of mass dot x, maybe. That, or it needs to be rounded because we're using numbers that aren't whole. Could be that. Oh, I just immediately closed the game. Good job, me. All right. So you don't work. Not unless you're symmetrical shape, which is interesting. See, but you work. It's even more interesting. And you seem to work. Interesting. See, you are rotating, but weirdly. Okay, you're also not actually working. Because as you can see, like, there should be 4 rotations, but it's only getting like 2. Okay, so maybe we let's center center of mass dot round. So truncating it doesn't seem to work. Maybe we need to seal it is the other option. The other thing is we should just check on a block that we know doesn't work. Do the math again. Let's see. Okay. So you definitely don't work like that. So you keep splitting apart. So rounding seems to definitely be the wrong thing to do. Okay, let's calculate out another one, which is going to be fun. So we need to say, go up here. Okay, hey, you are, and you are going to be the T, because I'm pretty sure the T is broken. So, well, 100% the T is broken at the moment, but that's close. Goodbye. That's hilarious that you can hit blocks as they fall. Anyway, right, let's calculate out the t. So the t has a block at 0, 0, a block at -1, 0, 1 at 1, 0, and 1 at 1, 0. No, 0, 1, 0. All right, that's the t block. So for the t block to rotate correctly, it would rotate. Okay, center of mass equals what? So it's 0, 0, 0.25. That is your center of mass. If my med have, because that sums to 0 divided by 4 is 0, and that sums to 1 divided by 4 is a quarter, which should, like when we go back into the game, be about what we see when we drop the Interestingly, is that what? So yeah, see how it's like it's a quarter of a block. If that's half, that's center. It's 0, and then it lines up. Yeah, it's a quarter of a block. Okay, so quarter of a block, Right, back here. So we say first thing we do is subtract common. All right, so let's work out what we want it to. So first off, we want 0, 0 to translate to 0, 0. Zero, 0. Right. Then we want, let's just write them all out. Right. So we then want -1, 0 to become, so this is the one to the left, which means this becomes the one at the bottom, which means we need you to become 0, -1. Right, because you should move downward. Right. Then we want you, which is the one on the right, to become the one on top. So you become 0, 1. Okay. And then you, which is the one on top, need to become the one on the left, which means you need to become -1, 1. Okay. So what was our method? Our method was subtract. So subcom. Subcom means that you become 0, wait, yeah, 0, -0.25. You become -1, 0, minus 0.25. You become 1, -0.25, and you become 0, 0.75. Okay. So the next was x negative y. X negative y bullshit. Okay. So x becomes x becomes -y, so you become 0.25. You become 0, and then you become 0.25, and you become -1. Okay, then you become 0.25 and 1, and then you become -0.75 and 0. Okay, which is correct. And then we add common. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, because I bet you're truncating. Where we don't want to truncate, we want to floor. I think that's what's happening, because if we truncate, I think it just... Alright, so that's the question. It's not round, it's floor. I reckon that's our problem. But just to be sure, I want to print line just a million times apparently. Which is vec2 splat 0.75, because I think it's truncating, not flooring, and that's causing an issue. Dot as vector, because we're becoming 0.75 becomes 0. Negative. because you're supposed to be becoming -1. Right? And so it's not flooring, it's just truncating. Truncating meaning that, like, if you're below 0, you go towards 0. Whereas we just want to always go down a number. Yeah, see? So it becomes 0, 0, 0, 0, which is incorrect because we want to dot floor first. So when I do this, right, which means we need to say this is also dot floor. Because you become 0.5. Oh. Right, so then when we go to the next step, which is to add com back, which then makes you 0.5 0. Interesting, because we want you to stay 0 0. Yeah, it was 0 0 to go 0 0. Then you become 0.5 minus 0.75, which again we want to keep. We want to become 0 -1. So if we floor it, it becomes 0 -1. Okay, then next is you become 0.5 comma 1.25, which again floored back down to 1, and then you become negative 0.5 0. Wait, no, that's not how you work. You would all stay 0. You'd still say 25, 25, 25. You'd be negative 75. You would be this is where the interesting part comes, because I did you correctly. I did you correctly. So that seems correct still. The question would then become, is that only because the center of mass is so small? I need to check one that has quite a extended center of mass. Yeah. See, because it's always rotating away. Okay, so you still work. See, because you're always flooring, which means you're always rotating away. Okay, so you're not working. Why are you not working? Didn't I calculate that you should be working? Like, I just did you by hand, and you should definitely be working. Right. So you became here, 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 and here, which is incorrect. So, first off, I floor you. Anyway, yeah, we have one. Yeah, cool. So, wait. So we subtract center of mass, then we add center of mass. And we floor it, and we floor it. Okay, so. Okay. So, I literally just calculated you. So we add you. We floor you, which means you become negative, you become 0. So you become 0 0, which is correct. You become 0 -1, which is correct. So the question is, can I get you to please print I need you to print that, and I'm only going to rotate the correct shape. I need to work out why you're getting the wrong number. You're the wrong shape, you're the wrong shape, you're the wrong shape, you. Alright, first off, why did you get -0 -1? I need you to print out some, like, maybe more of your logic. So, first off, I have concluded that you should have become, right, because you started at So when we added subtract com makes you negative, then we need to set your next is equal to negative y, so that should have flipped that, and then we add center of mass to that. So we flip you, add center of mass, y used to. Okay, so first off, next block. So let's print line. Com equals self dot center of mass. Right. So then block print line box equals this, and then well, we don't want to print that every time. Maybe here. Blocks equals self dot blocks. Right. Then for each block, we want to say okay. So we're going to print line block equals next block. Then we want to say print line sub com, and this now equals next block. Right, and then we want to say let's make next mutable. Okay, so we need to go like xu, do that. Okay, so next is equal to this, and then we say print line print line x equals negative y, y equals x. All right, and then maybe it's next. Okay, what am I getting wrong? Okay, so then we want to paste it back in. We want to say, okay, so next plus equals mass. Okay, so we want to print line next. Print line add com equals like add com next. Okay, and then next equals next dot floor. Right, then we say print line next floor floored, which is then again next. Right, do that, and then we go okay, and then you are just next dot as I back to go to that. Alright, so this should sort of print out what I wrote out, and I can see why at what point you decide you become a negative fucking number. Because why the hell do you become -1? Why did you become -2? Oh no. Dumb. I'm not like accidentally recalculating the center of mass, no. Okay. You're the wrong shape. You're the wrong shape. You're the wrong shape. You're the wrong shape. That one. Okay. That should have printed out all the fucking math that you just did. So, first off, we have your positions of this shape are apparently -1. Okay, so first up, let's make that shape the right way in terms of in our deck. Let's make sure that we actually have that shape correct. So I think you're the straight line. We want the one that is purple. Purple. So let's just make you 1. Thank you. So is that how we did it? Just it doesn't change literally anything. I just think that's how we have it laid out in the notepad. 0, -1, 1, 1. Okay. Okay. I think the reason I had it going -1 is because I have it logically so that it can always find the first one first, which is fine. What I should really do is set its position to like -1. Anyway, you're the wrong shape, you're the wrong shape, you're the wrong shape, you're the wrong shape. That one. Ooh, you better not work now. Because that implies a level of see, they're all running away, but okay, let's take this shape, go down here and be like, hey, deck, the shapes are clear. Because I'm really lazy. I just want to just check this deck dot shapes dot push that shape. Okay, now it should consist of only T blocks, which is mildly hilarious. Okay, play. We go here. We go. Hey, look, only a T block. Okay, so you do slowly wander off. But interestingly, the first rotation is correct. It's the second rotation that's wrong. Now, why is the second rotation wrong? I think this is going to indicate some important information. So com equals -5. Okay, so you blocks are 0, 0, 0, 0, -1, which to you should be different, right? Ooh, that's an interesting point. It's not. Wait, no, it is, yeah. So it's flipped. And it's flipped. And that's now flipped negative. So you're flipped. I think that's correct, because I think that's what that turns into, doesn't it? 0, -1, 1. Why did I write -1, -1? I don't think that's what you're supposed to become, is it? T 0. Yeah, that's incorrect. So the 0, 0, 0, 0. So you become. So you're the left one, so you become the middle bottom. And then you become 1. So you're the up one. No, you're the other side. So then you become the up one. Yeah, okay. So you become down -1, you become +1. And then you, you're the top one, 0, 0, 1. So you should become the left one. So that should just be a 0, which I think is what you do anyway. So we subtract common, which means that you become that. Right, is that what you do? There is too much shit. I need to start again, run up. Do exactly twice. 1, 2. Alright, go up here. So, compare to Notepad. Let's make you shorter. Alright, so where does your math go wrong? Apparently nowhere, because it actually worked this time. Right, so you consist of a com of 0, 2, 5, right? And then a 0, -1, 1, 1. Correct. Subtract com. Okay. Subcom. Okay, which is what we do, subcom. So that gives us, right. Kind of want you to print all of them together, but anyway, so subcom, so you should be -0, 2, 5. Yep. Then we flip and you become 0, 2, 5. Alright, yep, flip. Then we add com, so you should become 2, 5, 2, 5. And then when we floored, you should become 0, 0, which is correct. Okay, so then block -1, 0. Okay, which is this one. And then you become that. Then you become that. and then you become that, and then when you're floored, you become -0, -1. Okay, so it's more like we've got to move on here and work out what exactly went wrong. So your center of mass is 0, 2, 5. So see, I think this is what I was saying. Like, I suspect that it's only working because this number is the correct, like it's small enough not to have an impact, but as soon as it has an impact, it shifts it. So I reckon what we need to do is go something along the lines of, so we need to go another one, and we need to say this is this block. Correct? Is that the block that you turn into? No, I think it's the other way. This block. Right. So its coordinates should be this. Correct. So your coordinates become this, right? So 0, 0, -1 on the y, which means down, +1 on the y, and well, that's interesting. You rotate counterclockwise, correct? So you being the piece on the left become the bottom. That's going clockwise. That's interesting. You're going clockwise. I think that is somewhat related to our problem, because if you're going clockwise when I'm actually supposed to be rotating counterclockwise, so that's what this does. Interesting. Anyway, this is not the right pattern. Maybe. I don't know. You're that one. You're that one. And then it doesn't really matter because you're in the right spot. So as long as the next one looks correct, it doesn't fucking matter. But I don't think it will, because I think it's rotating the wrong direction. Anyway, so com is -0.25, 0. Right. Which is fine. I definitely feel that you're rotating in the wrong direction. Which might reveal my problem, is it might be that this is not the correct. Because if the tetramer is pointing up, yeah, it should be pointing the other way. That's fine. I'm sure we will track down the error when we do this one, because we know this one is giving the wrong answer. I suspect it's got to do with Right, so we're going to come up with what you're supposed to do. So that, then we say com is equal to that. So com is equal to that, and then we say copy this again. And we go, what are you supposed to turn into? So you are supposed to, when rotating in the correct direction, technically you should become this. So you should become 0, 0, and then you should become -1, 0. Because I think that's actually what I've done wrong, is I've gone the wrong direction, and therefore haven't noticed the error whenever it's turned up. So then you become 1, 0, and then you become 0, 1. That doesn't seem like the math checks out. Because I'm going to stick you over there and I'm going to flip your sign. So maybe I'm just... No, I'm supposed to be rotating them counterclockwise. So pointing... Ooh, you point up, yeah? Pointing up, yeah, and then you should point left, because that's counterclockwise. Okay, so that means that the next rotation of you is actually... You become 0. Okay, so you are pointing off to... You're -1, which means you're the left side. So you become the bottom. So you should become wait, no, you're negative in the y. So you're pointing down. So you should become 1. And then you're
So you should be on like -1, I think. Because you're something. Yeah, because you're the you're the top one, so you become the left one, and then you are the left one, so you become the bottom one, which means negative, -1, right? See, that just seems like it should just work, just by flipping them, like, because it makes sense because the center of mass of this shape was the center of mass. But why is it doing it wrong? Where is the error occurring that allows you to slowly? Because this one works, this step works, but this step doesn't. It's rotating slightly off. Funky. Okay, so first step, subcom. So when we subtract common from you, you become negative 0.25 comma 0. You become, I see it, I think. You become 0 and negative 0.25 comma -1. You become negative 0.25. See, these all become negative numbers now. Negative 1.25. 0. Okay, so that's that. And then next is to say, flip the x, y. So, no, we subtract it. So you actually become positive. And then you become negative 0.75, right? Which, if we check the console, yeah, I gotta make sure I want to rotate it twice because who fucking knows what position I'll be in. Okay, let's check. Does that do that? You subtract common. Ooh, you're positive 0.25. Yeah, positive. Okay, yep. And then the bottom one should be subtract common, negative 0.75. Okay, so that's correct. But then we say flip y into x means you become 0, 0.25. You become 1, comma 0.25. You become negative 1, comma 0.25. Okay, why am I putting commas at the end of these? And then you become 0, comma negative 0.75, right? Which seems fine. Then we add com, which then makes you 0.25. 0.25. You become 1.25, and you become 0.25. I suspect what's happening here is we need to somehow flip which one we're adding it to. So you become negative 0.75. So 5 and 0.25. And then you become 0.25, negative 0.75. So when we floor all of these, interesting, because that seems correct to me. When I floor you, you become 0, 0. You become 0, 0. You become 1, 0. You become negative 1, 0, and you become 0, negative 1, which is the correct rotation by my math. What the hell do you get then? Okay. So, where do you fucking go wrong? Add com. Right. No, we're adding common, which means because it's negative. So we subtract common, which means that you actually become negative. Interesting. So do we have to take the absolute? See, I don't think we're supposed to subtract common. So if we subtract up here. When we subtract common, we subtract 0.25 from all of these. And then, so they all become negative, and then we flip them. And then we just add it all onto this end, which doesn't do shit. Interesting. So it's to do with the fact that we are actually adding common, which means you become negative, and you become 0.75, and you become negative, right? Add common. So you become negative 1.25, and then you become negative. Correct? Yeah. Which means that when we floor these, we end up with... Interesting. So we can't just subtract our common here, which is 0.25, and then we add our common back here, which doesn't change anything because they're all negative enough. Interesting. So there's definitely some kind of, we need to flip the sign or something. So we can't just add a negative, because that would make this negative and make that wrong. We add our common. If we added our x to the y, what would that do? Well, in that case, we would be adding our, so we subtract our common, making these all negative. We flip them, and then if we added our negative common, that would make all of these 0.5s. All right? It'll be 0.5s, and then it'll be correct. And these would all still be correct. What if we did that with you? If we so it's not subtract, it's just add it to the other side. So you being negative 2.5, so instead it would be done to this side, which is adding a negative. So you'd all become zeros, and you'd all become correct, because you'd become 2.5, you'd be 1.25. You would become negative 0.75, right? Because we're, wait, no. So you flip into there, you flip into there, you flip into there. Wait, you're flipping. So we're going, hey, you're negative common. So that means that you would actually stay 0. You'd stay 0, you'd stay 1, you'd stay negative 1, you'd stay 0. Apparently it'd be negative 0, but it would be 0. Then we're saying add this to here. Flip them. Subtract it, then add it. So if we add it, it would be 0, 0, 0, negative 1.5. Add it 0, 1. Okay, so that implies some kind of rotate. Okay, so then instead of adding center of mass like this, we would be adding center of mass like this. Self dot center of mass dot y. Plus self dot center of mass dot x. That's what we're doing, right? So we're adding the x to the y. Okay, it's the other way, because that's what we were doing before. You're adding the x to the, yeah, we're adding the x to the y. Yeah, it's confusing. So the y gains the x, and the x gains the y. We're gonna go down here and go, hey, does that work with you? So when we add center of mass, we say next next dot x plus equals self dot center mass dot y, and next dot y plus equals self dot center of mass dot x. See, something tells me that one of those is supposed to be flipped because we're flipping the y and then not flipping it. But it's because when we're rotating it, we also need to say that the center of mass has been rotated. Okay, that's still incorrect because you're still managing to escape. But I'm thinking what it is just in my head, it's starting to click, is that we want to subtract the y. Because what we actually want to do is go to the center of mass, x is equal to negative the center of mass is y. Right, because then we're rotating the center of mass by the same amount too when we add it back on. So we rotate and we rotate back. We rotate it, we subtract the center of mass, we rotate it, then we add the center of mass back, but we also need to rotate the center of mass. So that should mean that this, hey, that's looking correct. Okay, it finally clicked to me that we needed to rotate the center of mass. And then lazily we recalculate the centers of masses when in reality we can just, when we get to the end, we can just rotate the center of mass, which might be the smarter thing to do. So if we then do that, we should get all the shapes back and we can just see if any of the shapes are fucking broken. I'm sure I tried this combination before, but maybe not, because maybe I was flipping them on both. So, question is, can I get out every rotation? Maybe. You're definitely still not working. See, because you're doing the same problem you did before. So you're not pivoting around your center of mass. Should probably just look up how they do it. So you're also not doing it because you shouldn't be rotating like that. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, that one, that shouldn't be possible. That's implying there's some kind of issue with that visually. Because you should be falling for sure. Why are you not able to fall? That doesn't make sense. If I clear the top line, or clearing the top line, in theory, I mean the shape. See, there's something over there. Okay, something's terribly out of sync there. Interesting. Interesting how something is terribly out of sync. I don't fucking know. Do I need to round the center of mass? Maybe. What do I need to do? Let's just look it up. I'm sure there's fucking code. How do Tetris pieces rotate. The actual rotation is accomplished by changing the two-dimensional lines of the two-dimensional line of booleans that represent the falling piece. In the new 2D list is created, and cells in the old list are mapped to cells in the new list according to the 90 degrees rotation. Okay. The fuck do you mean? Okay. Okay, so now we can move the different parts in rotating the pieces will require an up the piece dimensions and the piece itself. Dimensions. Number of rows and number of columns. Swap the hard part of rotation lies in updating the piece itself. For each cell in the piece, this is done in two parts: finding the new row and finding the new column. Consider what happens when you move in the original piece. Map is updated, piece moves across the columns, increases toward. Okay, new rows consider that we also move the original piece 0 to number 2. This is move across the column, increase from 0 to 2. The map is updated, piece move up the row decreases by 2. Thus, for each cell, our number is equal to 2 minus the old column. We replace 2 with 1 less than the number of old columns. That doesn't seem right. I don't like it. Don't think that's correct rotation. This is just someone saying how they rotate pieces. Where's the best algorithm? Rotating the pieces of Tetris in the game, allowing to find a piece rotation interval. Most Tetris games seem to use naive remake the array of blocks at each rotation. However, some use pre-built encoded numbers and bit shifting to represent each piece. Is there a method that uses mathematics? Not sure what the word that calls a baseboard. When I figure out how to rotate would work for my Tetris game, this is the first question that I found on Stack Overflow, even though the question is old. I think it's others trying to figure out the first I just decided to hard code each piece and rotation with game as correct. But I wanted to elaborate on it here. The steps I used to solve rotation. For each shape, determine where the origin will be. I used the point on this page to assign the origin point. Keep in mind that depending on your rotation, you may have to modify the origin each time the piece is moved by the user. Okay. Rotation assumes the origin is located at 0.00, so you will have to translate each block before it can rotate. For example, origin is centered at 4. This means that before the shape can be rotated, each block must be translated -4x and -y coordinate to 0, 0 in our typical coordinate plane. Starts with 0.00, the uppermost corner, and then increases to the right and down. My implementation, I multiply each point by for rotating. Each here is the formula. Here is the formula I used to figure out the x and y coordinates after calculating rotation for information on this. I would check the Wikipedia page. Okay. I just went through 2 and 3 in reverse order, so I multiply the result by -1 again and then translate this block to origin. Okay. So that's a calculator. I said, because they're saying that they did pi 3.145 so 157. And then they said radians, and they said cos 1.5 cos trigonometry 1.57 cos. That's a very small number. Okay, what if we said pi? Surely there's a fucking pi character. Pi divided by 2. Take the cos of that. It gives me 0. So to rotate is x times 0 minus, and I guarantee you that when we say pi divided by 2, sine of that is 1. So that means x is equal to cos and okay, which means, annoyingly, because then the sine is 1 and again 0, so it's literally what I've been doing. So they're saying all you do is you offset by the center, rotate round, and then re-offset by the center, which is just adding next plus equals self dot center of mass. All right, add that back on. And I say that's all you do is just translate that. Choose the center point and rotate 2 pi if the block is, it starts at 1, 2, moves clockwise to 2, -1, and then plot for each block, and then the piece is rotated. Each x is previous, y is previous, negative the previous x, which gives you the following matrix. Okay. Issue is that if that works on you, well, actually I don't have control, so I don't know if it's working on you. You're just slowly fucking walking away. That's the problem. So maybe I should be rounding. Maybe that's the problem, is because I'm flooring. Like you work again, it's just always trickling down into the left, which implies that it's because I'm flooring that I have problems. So if I round instead, but I'm fairly sure I've done rounding before, and it again just resulted in a fucking horrendous mess. One thing I could do is potentially, so you've been fine. Yeah, so you split in fucking half, because rounding obviously caused an issue where right. So I'm thinking what's happening is I need to it could be potentially maybe I should, instead of doing the horrendous, so what if I instead took the center of mass, let equals center of mass self dot center of mass times times 2 dot round divide by 2. Okay, and then instead of using that, just use com. So this should round it to the nearest half, which means it's either going to be a whole block or a half block. And if this works, we might just do that forever on this. Plus com. The other option is just to truncate that. No, because then again, see, because it needs to be half because it allows for rotating around a corner of a block. But I'm guessing like if we don't let quarters happen, so you still work. You work. No, you split in fucking half again. So do you, which has got to be because of the fucking rounding error. So do you, apparently. Really annoyingly, you split in half. You split into 3 pieces. That's even more confusing. So every time we use center of mass. Okay, yep, that's correct. So why the hell is your problem? So don't round this. Maybe, I don't know. If we make it always a half, it's always a half block interval. Okay, you start to walk. You walk up, apparently. So like, because I'm using different logic for the rotation, you stop being able to rotate, which is kind of funny. So then you walk down. Maybe I need to make sure if it's some... No, because again, you rotating around the middle should work fine. Okay, the fact that you can walk up is still kind of dumb. Okay. Is it? It's the long piece. I want to see how that rotates. Yeah, see, you're not actually rotating around the correct point. So, didn't I do all the math and work out that maybe we need to go back to the funky next. So it's y plus equals com dot x next dot x minus equals com dot y. Does that work as rotation? Okay, well, it's not spiraling down off to the left, but I don't know if it's actually correct. Okay, you're also not spiraling down off to the fucking left. Same with you, you're not spiraling off down to the left. You're also not spiraling down off to the left. You're not spiraling off down to the left. You're not rotating correctly. Maybe you are. You're not rotating correctly, that's for sure. Which is interesting, because you should definitely be rotating correctly. Because like I'm multiplying by 2, so why the fuck are you rotating around it? Because we're back to subtracting and adding. Right, which would fucking offsetting the set of math. Maybe we just plus. Maybe we just stick them in the opposite. We don't flip the sign. Stick it in the opposite. Which could kind of make sense. I mean, you used to work. Do you? You don't. You slowly fucking walk further and further away. Quick! You rotate quickly enough, you can climb. Oh, it also clipped into a wall. But that's because the logic isn't correct. I actually feel like that one was correct. Okay, so you work. I don't feel like these are rotating correctly. Well, you're definitely not, because again, you can climb for some reason. I reckon, are we ever using the center of the block? Maybe the center's wrong. But I'm pretty sure we only use the center of mass. Yeah, I feel like you're, again, also not quite working. Can we disable gravity, maybe? Is that prognosis? This is going to make any difference? Subtract x, add y. Nope. No, definitely not that. What if we subtract y, add x? Okay, so now you're wandering off to the right, which is interesting. What if we said plus and, oh no, plus and subtract. So again, it's maybe go back to rounding now that I'm forcing it. Now it goes down instead. Okay, maybe go back to rounding. Not rotate, round. See, truncating makes more sense in the concept of like you want it to move towards the center so that they like aren't able to split apart. But the issue with truncating is then you end up with blocks on top of each other because if so now you'll come back to being fucking wrong. And you're still splitting apart in a million pieces.
almost certainly can't be round. It's okay. Actually, I think you're plus and you're minus. Because again, it's rotate it. Maybe this will work. Giving a center mass always equal to half. Well, you work. You work, which is interesting. Is that the only two orientations of that block? You work. You fucking don't again, which makes actually 0 sense. Because you should do exactly the same fucking logic you were doing before. Why? Why are you like this? I feel like the rotation's definitely better. It's just, it doesn't make sense. The fucking square rotates. The square rotates the way it does. Doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. And I don't want to write custom code just for the square, because again, this is supposed to work on any fucking tetramono that you make, so writing custom code is not really like special conditions is not really the case. So why does the square not work? It's almost just rotating. I definitely think I've improved the other shapes. They definitely feel like they're spinny more than Alright. And like this one, yeah, it doesn't feel like it's changing heights as it spins or anything like that. Alright, so I've improved game feel a bit, but I haven't fucking managed to get the piece I wanted to work. The one piece that I was doing all this for doesn't work. It's interesting that you can still end up bugging the score like that. So it's also interesting that they can lag behind like that. It implies the shapes are being checked in the wrong goddamn order. Which I guess is fine. What that should translate to more is I should, again, work on that custom, like, tick system. That means, like, when certain actions are taken, then a tick gets set, and if they don't, then the tick time doesn't get reset, which means that you can end up with like certain things, meaning faster ticks between them. Like the idea being like clearing a line, and it's like, oh, that's a quick tick to check before the next thing. Then you don't end up with like ages waiting for the blocks to fall down. Speed's gonna make this a pain. Nope, Tetris. It's a weird inertia. Yeah, the weird inertia definitely, I think, breaks things. Why does inertia break things? Because like it means that like lines don't necessarily fall because it depends on the order that they're checked in. Like you couldn't get a fast suddenly trigger because the lines may actually be separated as they fall down, which could be a mechanic, but it's too unpredictable. Like it's not like always the same. It might be actually quite predictable, but from what I can figure, it wouldn't be because I don't think queries are ordered, which means that it's just whatever order the query checks them in is the order that they fall in. And so if it checks one that's still got a block under it, and then the next one doesn't. Actually, that would still have the same issue. Adding a dynamic tick length would mean that it still could feed up. One thing to do is to keep track of like the lowest point of a shape, and maybe when I go through all the shapes, I go through from the lowest up. Could it technically result in shapes hanging? Possibly. Shouldn't be able to, but like if its shape always checks. Who knows? Okay, that definitely shouldn't be possible. Something. Okay, first off, it's not actually there apparently. So let's fix. I'm so pissed that the cube is still not fucking working. Oh, we need to just at the very least copy this code across, which is quite complicated. So can rotate needs to use the same logic of c equals com equals, and then we say self dot center of mass times 2 dot round divided by 2. So take it to the nearest half. Then we want to say block minus center of mass, and then it's, where's it? U gain center of mass x. So plus center comma x. Right, so the x, no, the y gains x. So flip those around. Y gains x and x. Okay, so y com u become. Right. So you then lose y. That should fix your ability to break out. So next is x minus equals com x. Com y. Next is y plus equals com x. Okay, so x minus y, y minus plus x, x. Wait, what? Yeah, x minus y, y plus x, x minus y. Okay, so that should fix our rotation issues. Let's get it to not print fucking everything. Let's combine these, so you then become x is minus com dot y plus com dot x, and then dot round. So then you can just not bother printing all this. Okay. So the next block is block commas. This next doesn't need to be usable. Next block minus com. Okay. We calculate that first. We can also calculate that outside of the loop because that doesn't change. We can then say minus com. And then we don't need to assign to u twice, and we also don't need to meet it. We need to flip some stuff so that you actually do need to be two separate things. Okay. So that should work. I'm gonna go up to can rotate and do the same thing and say, hey, com can get calculated outside of them. Minus com. Then you don't need to be mutable for as I vec 2. And you'll just equal to next. We'll just call the dot as I vec 2 here, and then pass in next, because then we're not dereferencing twice. Okay. Anyway. Hit that. These just feel better. Now. I'm thinking what I want to do is maybe check the rotation code. So like can rotate should try something like this. So then we go like for 0 dot dot for I in 0 dot dot 3. And then instead of returning that, can you just return a one dot 4, I guess, and then you return a U8, I want to say, and then you go like, hey, let blocks equal self dot blocks dot clone, like this, and then we say so otherwise you return, I'm going to say 0, and then your, instead of can move, is equal to true, which is only ever set there. Right, so maybe like that can move equals true. Can move equals true, and then we come down here and we say and then we say if can move return I. And then, but instead of using blocks, we want to say mute, like so, except it's mutable, like so. Okay, so can move. Yep. Okay, so let mute can move equals true, so we don't need a second can move. All right. So then we say here, we say for blocks let block next. Okay, so if self contains continue next plus equals self dot center actually get block is empty, can move equals false. Okay, so we want to go here, I think, and we want to say block next block. Okay, so we go next block like so, and we go so we iterate through, we go hey next block, next floor, next block, block, next. So here, somewhere here, we're going to say dereference block equals, is it next, like that, because then we add center to next to get it in the board, and we check to see if it's empty. But we also want to rotate the blocks as we go, because that means the next iteration through, the blocks will have been rotated once. And that should mean, when we say can rotate, you're going to complain. So we're going to say for so we're going to say old equals that. Center of mass never changes. Center of mass can stay there. Then we're going to say for okay. let loop box equals self dot can rotate, give it access to the board. Okay. If rots equals 0, return. Okay, for in 0 dot rots. So rots can never be 1, so it should be fine. Self dot calculate center, true. Okay, so we've got if rots. So why is this? What's this going to do? Basically, fuck off. Okay, if let some target set block. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, so old. This is really dumb because it means we take all the olds out. Fine. That's going to be slow because we're going to basically reassign the olds every time we move them. All 3 rotations, we pop the old ones out. Actually, technically, we only have to do the olds at the end, don't we? Just thinking, does that mean when you're close to the edge, apparently you can't rotate at all when you're close to the edge? See, you can, because if you would rotate into the edge, you just check it on the rotation, which is good, but at the cost of doing old. So I think this should work fine because we're updating the. No, because we use block, and block is self.center.next. That'll do. Now I don't know how you managed to rotate below the ground. Interesting. Because that's what that is. That's just an integer underflow. You're not climbing up, are you? No. Somehow. Okay, so if you're spinning too quickly, it's somehow spinning under the ground. That's why. So we need a specific block. So when we calculate next, since these should always be iterated at the same time, can we instead say, hey, let old board take block. Okay, so block here is center. Okay, so we can say instead you are something like this, and then block. All right, so that's the entity, and then the new location for the entity. So you take them all out, and then you iterate through an immutable reference to old. May mute reference to old like that. That should zip them together, and then we say if let some target equals target. Instead of doing board set, right? So target here. So you should be something like new, right? And then we say dereference new next. Something like that. We don't care. Okay, then we go here. We go, okay, when you're done for block new in old. Right, we say if let some target target equals equals block board dot set new target. Right. No, it's not next, it's block. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then this to do comes down here. To do. You block should not be empty. Because what's happening is it's checking all the rotations and going, yeah, you can rotate 3 times, but because when we go to rotate, when we check the rotations, we don't actually use the board. But so it's basically saying, hey, there's a valid rotation if 3 rotations. Okay, go to the bottom. You are the one that if I get here and I go rotate. Yep. Okay, cool. So that seems to have fixed it. Nope. Okay. The index was 205. First off, how did you underflow so small? It doesn't make sense because it means you didn't get -1. Because you're 20 by 10. That means it's one at the top that must have done it. It's the only way, 105, which would imply that you're on layer 20. Give me you 200 and index 5. So somehow you've rotated it into the ceiling, which is bizarre. That does mean that when I go board, so this shape, we need to find the board thing. Board, and we say, hey, when I say get, you should be returning an out of bounds. So it's unclear how can rotate is returning a true, because you only say can move if it's empty, not out of bounds. Out of bounds shouldn't be returning true. What's offset? Block, zip, alt. I'm unclear on how you managed to get above the fucking ground. First off, let's go can rotate. We need to return we need to double check for block in blocks. If let some, otherwise return 0. If return if let some block state empty equals board dot get block plus self dot center. Continue. Seems like the worst way of doing that. But basically we're going, hey, if when you're done, none of the blocks are fucking empty. No, that won't work either. Because first off, I'm not going to let anything shape rotate because at least one block will be and self and blocks does not contain block. Oh, no, see the issue. I guess it doesn't matter because you're vacating. Contains contains block. Okay, so dereference. Okay, now self.center block. Right, it's more like in here. Exactly. If let it's empty, and then continue. Right. If block stock contains it's right. It's self dot blocks dot contains block like that. Continue. Which is probably quicker. Probably this one. Not sure. Don't care. Right. So that should mean that blocks won't trigger on blocks that will be emptied by its rotation. So if it's going to rotate out of the way, or if it's going to rotate somewhere where it's already partially occupied, it basically you can't block yourself. Right. And then we just spam this real hard. Fuck. So you're an integer underflowing. Don't put it in release mode. Fuck off. Okay. Spam. We didn't get a block that would work. Interesting. Okay. So what's really throwing me? Okay, so it appears that they definitely can't. Well, you clipped through it. So they definitely can clip. What's more interesting is that these, not you, but actually you probably are flipping. Again, it's just impossible. Okay, what is your fucking problem? See, the issue is that you're rotating multiple times. Okay, so maybe auto-checking for fucking valence spots is not the best idea. Mostly because we're both underflowing and overflowing. Nice, so that's fine. See that? Oh no, it's because we're getting fucking block. Just requesting a block that's out of... No? Wait, that's the real question. How the fuck are you... Is it because we're setting a block that's out of bounds? Possibly. Okay, first up, you're 100% broken. If I get rid of the self-check, it won't work. I get rid of this bit. I want to find the crash again. It's more the important part. To return at least one. At most 3. Okay, you can go. Need a spot they go actually reach the bottom, so don't stack too much shit in the way. Okay, you. Now, if I rotate you now, okay, you didn't crash, which is the most bizarre part of this whole fucking thing as well, is the fact that Oh, click through something. Yeah, the rotation code's probably moving at the same time as the gravity code? No, it can't be. They both require mutable axis. Somehow. You it very buggy. Crashed. Why did you crash? Huh. Interesting.
Well, I can't even fucking repeat the crash now. It was very repeatable before, but now I can't get it.
So what we're concluding is that either can rotate is wrong, or the actual rotation code is wrong. The other option is to run can rotate and then just have can rotate return blocks. Because you already checked the board to make sure. I don't care at this point. Don't fuck with it. Don't run this loop more than once. If can move, return one. I just return can move. There you go. So next is to say, hey, blocks can't be iterated mutably. Yep. Okay. And it's self blocks. All right, and then don't assign. It's just next plus equals center. Okay, next. Okay, and then we just say if not can rotate return. Okay, then we just don't loop this code. I think. Okay, we'll leave that bit out there because it doesn't really matter. Okay, rotation's still working. Can we crash the game? That's the question. Okay, you come down here and go, hey, if I get you to within a block of the ground and I rotate you, work. Really need you to be able to rotate when you're near walls though. But I just can't like mentally do the fucking gymnastics. Also, you seem wrong. That's interesting, because your center of mass is definitely wrong. So why are you not recalculating the centers of masses correctly? That's the real question. I actually have no idea. It doesn't matter because nothing has any impact once it's placed. The only other thing I want to kind of add to definitely just add to the uniqueness of it being like, hey, like when you move your own custom blocks, right, is when we split shape, wherever that is, split, shape. No, shape's a terrible word. Split is definitely the word. Split. Okay, split shape, there it is. So when we split shape, can we go, hey, shape 1 and option, player target, right? And then we just go shape and target, right? Like that. Okay, so then, because again, player target is just a flag, isn't it? Ooh, no. Okay, hey, when you spawn a new shape, yeah, spawn. Can we Yes, technically it'd be here. We say if let sum target equals target. We want to say commands entity new dot insert target. So, and we're just gonna make player target clone copy. And this is just gonna be a cheeky way of if somehow the player does make a tetramo that can be split while it's falling, clone copy. So that's good. If the player makes a tetramo that like it can somehow get to split while it's falling, I want that tetramo to still be under the player's control as like a meme sort of like if you make a block that has like a lightning block in the middle and somehow get that lightning block to break, it's like now your tetrominos are independently rotating and doing their own fucking thing. Clearing a line. That's, I was thinking. Clear line. Clear line, I don't think recalculates shape. But it does swap remove. So here's a shape dot calc center. Right. Okay. So added lightning blocks. Shouldn't be hard to add like a glue block or something. I don't know how to test this. I guess the way to test it would be to make a tetramer that's not connected, because then as soon as it spawns, it'll disconnect, and it'll tell me if I can control two tetrameters separately or not. Right, we have to clear at least one line to confirm that we are in fact recalculating shapes, centers, and masses now. Shape. Okay. Now, what's wrong with you is the fact that your centers and masses are outside of those. Actually, it's fine. The center mass is actually on the block, which is exactly what you would expect to be happening. It's just I'm surprised that it split. Oh, I remember the middle, didn't I? Yeah, so of course it split into 2 single blocks. Yep, cool. Okay, centers and masses are working now. I think it'd be a quick thing to add glue blocks so that like if a block touches another block in glue. Glue would be extra funny because glue would be like the opposite of quick, where it's like if it comes in contact not just directly down but sideways, it's like, hey, I'm part of this shape now. So glue would be like you can't slide a glue block down because a glue block sticks to this as soon as something becomes adjacent to it. But then I'd want glue on a specific face of a block so that like you have a bottom glue, and then bottom glue means that you can't we've got a power ideas. So glue. So block stick to first JSON. Block on glue side fuse shapes. Okay. So then we also want to have maybe like a honey. And so the honey is just glue but all sides. Okay, cool. So there's glue that you can add as a modifier and glue like a block type. Cool. Okay. Anyway, I think I'm gonna call that a stream for today because it's been 4 hours. One fucking thing. But also, I don't know what to do, and my brain has stopped working like 2 hours ago. So, thank you to whoever tuned in, and people watching the VOD. If you made it this far, I will probably see you next week when I make this. Or I've got a video idea that I'm working on, which is going to be like observers, Bevy basic sort of thing. Maybe spice up the formula a little bit. I was thinking like a sort of a meme title of who observes the observers, and doing like a Bevy basics of observers and how they work. So, and see what comes of that. Yeah, thanks for watching to the end.